Is it working? Wait, why is this the wrong screen? Properties. Fuck, wait. Sorry guys. Screen, properties. Why do my screens keep changing? Sorry. Hello. Welcome. Today is challenge day. I'm going to reset the first timer and then we'll get into it. The whole goal of today is going to be a little bit strange. Hopefully you guys will enjoy it either way. There's a lot of organization that I need to do, as you guys can see. But we're going to do another challenge today, as usual. What we're going to do is we're going to work with reversed samples, which is going to be interesting. But I'll share the sample right now. Challenge info. Let me go. Here, where is it? It's on the desktop, I think. I think this is it. I've written it quickly here in Discord. I've given you guys some time to get the sample. Let me put this above the alarm, above the timer. Your goal is to write a track with this sample. At the end of the stream, I will import all of the tracks into Ableton and reverse them. You cannot reverse the sample yourself. So we're going to be writing a track with a reverse sample. It sounds a little bit shit right now because that's playing in Discord, but it should be a better sounding sample if you actually have it in your DAW. I think I can play it in here actually. If I go... Hey. Is it me or is it just sounding strange? It's 1:43. What's going on? But how? That's the point. You guys need to innovate. You guys need to learn how to do cool stuff. Why is this sounding so strange though? There's like clicks and weird stuff going on. I'm gonna remake this. Before the challenge is over, I'm going to quickly remake it. It's too low quality. I still remember what I did for this. My samples, drums, one shots. I think it's this one. Doesn't really matter. I just want to keep it in F sharp. Okay. I will take my instrument. I'll quickly remake it so that it's better quality. Let me delete the original. Hello? Hello? Thank you. Remove attachment. I'll put it in a little bit. I'll put in the right sample for the challenge. Okay. This is the good thing about having a bass patch that you like. You can just go like that, minus 8, -9, and then this is -8. And I go sidechain. Not sidechain, master recording. Okay, so now I can consolidate, reverse, consolidate again. Crop clip. F sharp, 143 BPM. Okay, sorry for the disorganization here. This should be able to go in here. Modify attachment. Okay, so now the attachment is here. Hello everybody. I'm sorry that I've been so disorganized today. I genuinely didn't hear the quality issues with the kick and bass. It should be a lot better now. Yes, perfect. Hello Acid, hello Klaus, hello Greedo, hello Malogify, Mind B. Who else do we have? Hardwick. I think that's everybody. We still have 4 minutes to download the sample. So the goal of today is you're given a kick and bass in reverse and you're going to produce your track around it in reverse. You can rearrange this, you can play around with it, you can extend it. I've given you guys an individual kick as well, so if you want to do kick fills and stuff like that, you can just sample this first kick here. But this is just 16 bars of normal rolling kick and bass, which you can use. I think this should also be normalized, right? Yes. It's normalized and it's also nice. Perfect, perfect. Andre, how are you doing? Welcome. Everybody, you still have 3 minutes to download the sample. Sai is here as well. Nice to see everybody showing up nice and early. It's a little bit of a unique challenge in that you have to really think about it and think outside of the box. It's going to be interesting to see everybody's approach. What's with the countdown? That's the countdown for the start of the challenge. So you can go in here and download the sample, go into challenge info, ! Challenge. If you're not in the Discord already, it will take you there. And then you can download my sample here, challenge reverse, kick bass. It says F here, but it's F sharp. Because it removes that from file names, I think. You have to send the track to me in reverse, yes. Because I am going to be the one that reverses it. The whole point of this challenge is that you guys don't reverse the kick and bass, right? You guys never hear the kick and bass in the way that it's supposed to be. You just have to build elements around it and lay out a drop around it in what you think would be nice. So you render out your whole track and you're making all of the sounds in reverse, in essence. So you need to think about what is this track going to sound like if the whole track is played backwards, which is a very interesting approach. I hope that all of this leads to some out-of-the-box thinking and that we get to a point where everybody submits their track and everybody who submits listens to their track for the first time in the way that it's meant to play. And then they say, oh, wait, what I'm doing here results in this. What I'm doing there results in that. That's a cool idea. That's a cool idea. And then you can... Because normally with my challenges, the goal is to give you production that you can play on and continue, right? With... how should I say? Usually what I give you is I give you a sample or something like that that you can work from, and then you get to remove the sample and then you have a production that you can work on. That's not really what's happening here, because at the end of the day, your production is just going to be in reverse. So you would need to do a whole bunch of work to get it in the right order again. But I think it will be interesting nonetheless to see what people come up with within this idea. And if there's maybe... So everything we add, we reverse and then mix it. No, you create everything in reverse, in essence. So you're just building on this kick and bass as if it was the kick and bass of your track, just in reverse. And then, yeah, you sum it. We will sum it together. You export it together, and then we'll flip it around and put it the right side around. Exactly. So, for example, say that you want to add a sweep to this track, a sweep upwards. You would need to go this way up, right? You need to go like this, because this is the end of your track. But how do we make an ARP in reverse? That's for you to figure out. I already have some ideas on how to do it. I'm going to start the challenge. It's already running. The timer is already running. Let's quickly stop that, because there's still some questions. So in the end, result will be everything in reverse. It will just be everything in reverse. You import the sample like this, so the sample is in reverse, and then you just add sounds on top. So all of your samples are also going to be in reverse. All of the stuff that you put in here should be in reverse, because once we flip it, then everything is going to be the right way. You can put things in there. Is it cheating if we make it normal and reverse later? Yes. Yes, that's cheating. It's explicitly stated in the rules that that's cheating. In the end, I will import your sample track in Ableton and reverse them. You cannot reverse the sample yourself. That's what she was saying? Then I misunderstood. Yes, you say that I want to add a crash to this track right here, for example. What I would do is I would go into my crashes, here, somewhere. I would go into my crashes and I would add it like this, right? Like this. And then to add it to the start of my track, I would reverse the crash. Create normal, reverse the rendered waves, and then mix it. No, because you don't know what it's going to sound like normally. You have to listen to the track in reverse, because your kick and bass is in reverse. Right, so you're not creating something normally, you're creating things in reverse. You have to think about this, for example. If I play it from here, you can hear, you have to think about this as a crash that is impacting, not a crash that is like rising up. I know it's hard to understand, but you're in essence going backwards in time. Can you add kick for experiment? I mean, there's already kick in here. Why would you add another kick to your track? There's already kick. And by the way, you can arrange this. If you want a drop length that is longer, you can just duplicate it and arrange it and stuff like that. I included an individual kick as well. For those who want an individual kick here, you can just chop this out, this first kick, move it to the side, and then you just have like 16 bars of kick and bass here, right? So then you can arrange it in whatever you want. I thought it was only bass. But I don't have reverse hi-hat or snare, but every DAW has a reverse option. I have just R on my keyboards, and I'm sure each DAW has an option for you to just reverse a sample. Right? If you want to add a snare to this, you go into your snares. Add your snare in here. Align it with the end of the beat. and then reverse it. That's how you reverse all of the sounds in here. What you would need to make sure though is how do you align it with the beat, because now suddenly you have to align it here and here. How long am I making it? I don't know. We'll have a listen later. I'm going to just restore the sample to how it was, because I don't want to get a head start. And then I hope everything is... so then do you also reverse an ARP? You could reverse an ARP or make an ARP, sound design it the whole way, record it, and then reverse the whole sample. You could also try to make a patch that just plays in reverse. Yes, you can take elements and then reverse them later. Yeah, I don't want you guys to be limited in the sound design in only having to make things in reverse, because it is going to be very, very hard to do that. Although there is a very easy way to do it. It shouldn't be a lot harder to make an ARP in reverse than it is to make an ARP normally, if I'm gonna be honest. And I think I'll be able to show that by just leaving it as a patch. Okay, we're going to start the timer. I hope everybody has their sample prepared. I hope that this challenge isn't too confusing. Didn't even download the sample yet. Okay, I'll leave a little bit more time for people to download the sample. Remember that it's in F sharp, not in F, because what happens in Discord is that hashtags get removed from file names if you give them. It's going to be a challenging challenge, but that's the goal of the challenges. Need to open Discord. That shouldn't take too long, right? I'll give it another 2 minutes and then it should be there. It should be good. Is the loop 6 bars? No, it's 4 bars. It's 4 bars of loop and then 1 kick. So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 bars, and then I give you an extra kick to work with. It's just plopped on the end. This is the whole sample. The BPM is 143, and the key is F sharp. And the way that you extract just the kick from it is you just, after the first beat, slice it up, and then you're left with your standard 4 bar segment that you can turn into 8, 16, 32, whatever you want. I'm just watching a cool video. Thank you. It's interactive. You can interact with this video because it's a live stream. Everybody ready? Can we get started? Normally 10 minutes. Exclamation point challenge, nothing happens. That's annoying. Dashboard. I am so prepared today. Chat commands, custom commands. Try again now. Let's see. Yeah, same here. There we are. It's turned on now. It will be sad if you fail to sync samples with reverse kick and bass. It shouldn't be that much of a problem. Like, it's just, you need to think about your timeline going from right to left instead of from left to right, which usually the timeline goes this way. Now you have to think about it moving this way, and then it makes sense. Even looking at the waveform, it makes sense if you read it the other way around. It's something that you have to get used to, and tomorrow you will have a hard time producing. But it should be interesting. If you come in the Discord for the challenge, you just scroll down to challenge info, and then it's the latest challenge here. Challenge reverse, kick base, F. It needs to be F sharp because hashtags don't get saved into file names. And then it's just 143 BPM. Everybody ready? Can I start the timer? Got it. Everybody's here. If you have any questions during the production stage, then obviously you can always ask me in the chat. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I'm starting the timer now. We'll never be really ready. Yes, I know, it's with these challenges, nobody will ever be completely ready. Okay, it's going to be hard for me myself as well. This is not an easy challenge, but I hope it's going to be a fun one nonetheless. I want to start off by just creating some drums. So something like this. I'm going to chop all of my samples to the grid before I reverse them so that they always align with the elements that I have here. I want the kick transient to come through. So the snare is going to really play from here. And the strange thing that you need to think about is normally your snare sits right here, which is a beat behind the start of the loop, right? So on the second beat. Here you count backwards, so it's here and here is where your snare is going to sit. It's going to be the same with the offbeat hi-hat is also going to look strange because it's at the start of your grid, even though it's like this. So your whole drum loop is basically in reverse and looking strange. This is obviously going to go down in volume. I'd like to see if there's new techniques that people develop for this as well. How can I make this? I align it to the grid and then I reverse. Then it's going to be there. Okay. So now this needs to match up with the transients here. Like that. This should be correct. Okay, I don't need basses. This is going to be drums. Let's start with Serum. Everybody wanted to see how to make an ARP in reverse. That should be fairly easy. I just create something like this, which is kind of like the opposite of a pluck, right? Hopefully this... Something like that. We'll do like a reverse volume envelope as well with a bit of release and a bit of pluckiness to it. Give this ever so slight attack so that it stops. Let's make this more interesting of an ARP by doing something like this. Okay. So this is what I would want. I do think I want it the other way around. I want this to kind of go down instead of up. So that's already right. The only thing that I need to do is move this like that. And then have this here so that it follows kind of the traditional rhythm, which is like this, right? This is kind of your traditional rhythm. If you look at it from like rhythm theory, it's like 1.5, 1.5, 1 in terms of beats. Only because we're in reverse, it looks like this now. Okay, I think it will sound cool if we add a reverb to this. Now, obviously the reverb isn't going to make a lot of sense in that it's going to come from the wrong way. But it should still add like a nice tonality to it. Okay, so we're going to go to 16. I'm just going to... Did I already lose my kick drum? There's the kick. Okay. Let's leave that there. I need to arrange this. I think I'll have another segment of kick and bass after it, which will be like the outro, which in this case is before it. So here we're going to get the fill, which means that there's a kick going to go there. I should probably keep my samples on here. I'm going to remove this. I want this to be slightly lower. It sounds so wrong to me, the kick and bass like that. The reverb should also be reversed. I know, yes. I know, but it's the whole fun is that there's going to be new things that are going to come out of it because you're reversing everything that are going to sound not really like normal, like the reversed reverb that's going to be in here. It feels like the track has no sub bass at all. It's hard. Yes, it is very, very hard to work like this. But it's fun. I like it. I like the idea. I think I want normal hi-hats here. And I think for this segment, we're going to like work on a build-up. I'm just going to be curious how this is going to sound when it's all over. Hello Tenka, you can still join in with the challenge if you want to. For everybody, by the way, also Alex, if you want to join in with the challenge, if you feel like this is a fun challenge for you, then feel free to join in. Okay, so I'm going to set this to 1/2 and go like this. Right? Because that's making this. In this case, if I want a long delay for it, I think I'll try my best to make everything without reversing anything on it. At the end, we'll listen to it forward. Yes, yes, yes. That's the goal. We're going to now create all of our tracks. You guys will submit it to the Discord, and then I'll download them all from the Discord. Either as like a file upload in Discord, or you can put it on SoundCloud and make it downloadable, then I can download all of the versions, and then I can reverse them inside of Ableton itself. Okay. I think I'll do some crazy delay stuff with Melda here. Let's go organic fluctuations. I don't think I want feedback here. I'll go 1/8 dotted. I think it would be cool to do all kinds of reverse sounds and have all the delays. Instead of it being, oh, a sound hits and then the delay kind of fades out, all of the sounds will have delay fading in up until a moment where it just kind of happens. I hope that that's going to sound cool. I don't know if it will be. This is all an experiment for me as well. Let's just get another wavetable real quick. I can use this for some kind of fade in here, which means that it goes like this. Just have to wing it in reverse until the end and see what happens. Yes, exactly. That's the whole goal. Okay, I can have this one here as well. I think this can just be like a main impact sound here. Going to sound really crazy having all of the sounds reverse. What I do think will make that work better is if we do have some like impact sounds, crashes, stuff like that. So I'm going to start with that as well, because otherwise there's no transition. It's all going to go, it's all going to fade in and then it's just going to stop, which is not what you want exactly. I need to unwarp this, makes it a bit longer, which I like. That means I can remove the very start. Okay, I will add some effect sounds. Sound effects, risers, which I also have to flip around. I don't know what the full thing is. Sorry for me not responding to the chat. It's the idea of, yeah, we create a track in reverse and then at the end we listen to it backwards. Okay, so how am I going to line this up? Oh, this is perfect. This fits right here. So this is going to reverse into this point here, and then here it's going to stop. Right? If I do like this. It sounds like a downlifter now, but it isn't, which is... This is going to be our downlifter. So we'll have this on here. I tried to explain so you can cook. Yeah, I saw it. I looked in the chat and I saw that it was already being explained. I think it will sound cool for sounds to kind of delay in like that, almost like a cool riser to it. I think I will do that with this one as well by adding a second delay to it, because the first one is fairly short. Okay. Now I want to make a squelch in reverse. I think the easiest way to do this, by the way, this whole challenge, is to make your sounds forward. Say that you want to make like a squelch. Just go like this. See if this is a good squelch sound, right? Go envelope maybe. And then you just... Like this is the equivalent sound in reverse. You're just not going to have a good delay on it, because your delay is also reversing. Oh, that's too high. I want to see if I can... Ooh, this would be interesting. I'm gonna make a long MIDI clip. Let's make it like this. Instrument serum. I want to see if I can make one sound that has kind of like a normal delay to it. A normal delay sound. I do need to check something then. Let's go Control E and duplicate this over and over again, because this technique will require for that. Okay, I know enough. I need to shorten this MIDI note and make it later by half a beat, so that it ends up synchronized over here, is the idea. What I should be able to do is trigger dotted 8th note and then set this to like the sound. This is going to be my main envelope for the sound. So for example, like this. Let's say that I make that a low pass, right? It's a little bit. Okay. Then I'll use this for like a delay amount. Where if I Trying to emulate like the delay filters. This going up should be... Yes, okay, so I can go like this. And I should be able to assign this to volume as well. And if I want this to ping pong, I can set this to dotted, I think. Going to be triplets, dotted 4. And this needs to be set over here. And now I should be able to bend like that. And here I want to use LFO1, but I want to set it like this, I think. Yeah, and now I can just sound design around this. Now we have kind of like a reverse delay sound, right? I hope that's going to work. If it does, it will be a nice part of the track here. We'll have like one standard delay that's just going to sit throughout the... I'm just going to have this sit throughout the whole track, right? I haven't listened to enough sidetrends in reverse to actually know what it's supposed to sound like in reverse. This sounds like a group of frogs. It does, yeah. I do think I want a delay tail in here, so for that reason alone I'm going to quickly record this ARP. I can also check what it's gonna do here. I want a bit more. Like if I reverse this, we should hear what it sounds like. I like how it just kind of stops, like right there. I think I'll just add a delay on top of this. And that should be our whole delay thing then. Hello Wave Morver, how are you doing? That was strange. It was not showing on the meter down below. Who came up with such an idea? Of course I did. I am the genius who creates all of these crazy ideas. I'm gonna be honest with you, I have seen this before, done by somebody else. I don't remember exactly where, because I was always in like production challenges and stuff like that, so I don't exactly remember where it was from. So that's not going to translate very well. So I want to do a little fill here, I guess. I already have a filter. This filter goes... Okay, so now what I want to do is a reverse crash. I want some risers in here as well. So this will be a riser here. I want to make a fill in here, something like a drum fill, which I can just take and reverse. If I go like fill, where do I have good fills? Fills. I think I want like a nice ending snare to it, which I can get from this. What is it again? It's not this. Or is that in my main pack? Did I put that here? I did move some files around recently. Maybe it's, yes, reveal. If I go to big snares. Something like that, and not so aggressive. Let's unwarp that. Actually, no, let's get 128 on there. Right? Apparently not. I'm not able to read that, Klaus. My chat has become reversed. I kind of should have expected that, to be honest. What do I think will sound better? I think it will be better if I just completely remove the ARP here. I have to imagine how it's going to sound in reverse. We're basically going to have half a bar of ARP, half a bar of fill, and then it's just going to go into it again. Which is exactly what I want. Do I want to do... I have 4 sections now. I think I'll do one more section and I'll try to do some grid synths in there, which is going to be very interesting in this. Which means that we're gonna have another section here. So this needs a fill and then this needs a fill. I'll make a little intro and outro for it as well later on, obviously. But this is going to have its drum loop. I cannot... The annoying thing here now as well is I cannot just hit Control D and duplicate things over, because it's then duplicating the wrong way around. He said he's starting the challenge now. Well, the challenge has already started for half an hour. So we're already on the way. Klaus is only starting now. Okay. Hopefully that doesn't cause too many problems. Knowing Klaus, it will be a very cool production either way. Okay, I can make a little small fill by going in here and taking that. There. I need kicks at the end. It's so annoying having to work with the shortcuts and everything in reverse as well. Because Ableton, obviously, for obvious reasons, wasn't designed for this. Duh. I hope somebody who has never heard Psytrance happens to pop into this stream. That would be... Yeah, they would definitely not know what's going to happen. I think for most people hearing it in reverse, they won't even know that it's like dance music. Because the kick and the bass, it's not really... You just hear like the... Whoop 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 whoop, the little flops to it that it has. To me, it doesn't sound like a solid kick and bass, but I know that this is a good sounding kick and bass, so that's not going to be an issue. Yes, okay, we have a note here. Let's... Okay, I'm going to add one more in here, which is going to be like my intro. Let's add a filter rack, which I still need to fix, by the way. I talked about that on last stream. This is going to go, I guess, like this, right? That should be a low pass opening up, and then with high pass like that. I can't tell what I'm actually listening to. Yeah, that sounds like a kick and bass, kind of low passing over time, which obviously in reverse is going to be like an intro kick and bass. The way I'm going to do that here though is I want this to be like, I guess like -4, -7, and here -5. I guess this gives it a little bit of impact. I started to play here expecting it to just go this way. This challenge is already messing with my head. Let's get... Ooh. A pad in here. This is going to be weird, having this in reverse. I think it will be cool because it's the attack stage will kind of stop right here, right before the drop. So that hopefully should give it some impact. I want to have it like that. And then I will add the fill before it. If I now go like this, Okay, I want to do some changes on this. So essentially what I'm hoping for is with this long attack, it's going to essentially fade out here right into the fill. Then the fill is going to happen and then we go into kick and base, right? I'm going to stop this here and this here as well. And then the very first thing that we'll hear is this reverse delay kind of thing. Kind of like this, maybe. Okay, I'm going to add some main sample to this. Probably going to go for quick like war horn kind of thing. We are in F sharp. I like that. That goes here. Unwarp it. Does that make sense? I don't want it on the first bit here. I do want it in all of these. Which means for this sound, I just need to do some moving around here. I want this sound to probably play here. And then not there. This goes like maybe here then. Are you making the whole arrangement reverse too? Yes. Yes. So this is the intro. And then this is going to be the outro. I'm just making like a small standard drop of 4 segments and then an outro segment. And we have like the intro segment here, which is like filtered. So it is, the whole arrangement is like flipped around as well. Which is kind of, to me it's, thinking about it now, it's kind of funny that we don't have any DAW where that is just kind of like the norm. Do you know what I mean? Where the timer doesn't go from right to left. I couldn't imagine that being the case, but it also it's not wrong to do that, I imagine. There's just no way that any developer would. It would be funny to see though how that would impact maybe your production or stuff like that. So I'm curious about how this challenge is gonna go. Let's see if we add a normal impact to it. Like this. This is going to be like the rumble going into the kick and bass, right? Okay, I want this to go like. Maybe like this. I'm gonna add a reverb. Oop. I'm trying to make it in triplets. Oh, that's not a good idea, because the kick and bass itself is not in triplets. Kick and bass is just a rolling kick and bass. You would need to edit the bass line and then use this individual kick that I gave you and then take this. You could do that, but that would be a lot of work. I know, that's why I just gave up. Story of your life. Story of my life as well. Oh, doesn't work. Let's just not worry about it. Okay, so this one is way too slow, like going in like that. I want voice. Let's get like the choir. I think the one that I want for this is the choir full F, which is like a very big sounding one, I think. Yeah, kinda. Okay, I want to take utility in here and kind of like imprint volume like this, that it becomes plucky. Anyone else having a drink? I assume that's kind of what you need to do for this challenge. A lot of drinking. I want another downlifter here. I think one of the main key things here is a lot of effects in here. Because the effects are going to show you how the track is going, right? How the flow of like energy is. So just to help yourself in the production. You can imagine this just being like a big impact here. We're probably going to have like a riser here. I think the time is running too slow. Everyone needs more time. Can I edit the kick and bass or no? Because I have a crazy idea. Yeah, you can slice and spice it up however you want. You cannot reverse the sample. That's the only thing you cannot do. Unless you reverse the kick for the sake of making reverse kicks. right? So if you wanted to do like a kick fill, and you wanted to reverse a kick for the kick fill, because in your original track you want to have the kick in reverse, then you can reverse it, but you cannot listen to the kick and bass like in reverse, right? The normal way around. That's the whole point. You have to listen to it all in reverse. The last 10 minutes it has shown 2 minutes left. That's the hours. That's the hours. We have 3 hours in total. We have hours, seconds, and minutes then. Okay, so for here I want some kind of like psychedelic sequence. Which we'll also have to make. I'm gonna start with... then I have time. Yes, everybody has enough time to hopefully work on at least something half decent. That's always the idea. It's not to finish a whole track, although I have done that in the past as well. What did I want to do here? Oh yeah, I wanted to randomize this, but not too far, and then put on a bandpass. I think, or do I want to try maybe distorted comb bandpass? 2. Mod 1 on here, random 2 on there. Now this is going to be a problem with the attack and stuff. So what I want to do is essentially want to create the reverse volume amp, right? And then I can go cross shaper here. Edit B, shift that down. And then go like this. It does sound super goofy, yes. Hello? Yes. It sounds much less powerful, right? Because it's all sliding and there's no plug to it. It's all like sliding into it, so it doesn't feel like it has the power and the beef that you want it to have. I want to create a few gritty sounds here, which I'm just going to make with Serum and the Tones pack. We'll go for like 103, that's always a nice one. So I want for this rhythm to do like this, I guess. And it would be cool to make a few of these. So I'm just duplicate. Going to open up new tones for the tone pack. Go this one, for example. Here we'll use, for example, a hit, I guess. That's lined up nicely. And then this will be maybe like right here. And also then here. Of course, we'll make this a different one as well. What I can do is create like a pseudo release by setting this to like 50 milliseconds. But then I would need to time this 50 milliseconds in the past, I think. Minus. No. The other way around. 50 milliseconds positive, I'm assuming. I want it to be like right here. Here, 52 milliseconds of attack. This is hard. Quick. Cover big. The contemplations of a time traveler. Yes, yes. If it's 50 milliseconds this way, right? Which is like right here. Yeah, it should be negative 50. We want it to play here. But then we want it longer. I guess like this maybe. I guess that's like almost it. No. Huh? What if I don't do any delay? Where does it go? Goes up until here. Why does this have... We don't want this to have a release. Or we want this to be like 0.1. Okay, so we need it to go here, which is 26 milliseconds. So we need this to be 26, right? Yeah, there we are. That's how you add release to a sound that you're creating. Hello, little Davist. How are you doing? Little Daviest. I hate it here, season 2. Are you writing in reverse and flipping at the end? Yes. Yes, that's exactly what we're doing. Okay, quickly, let's move this here. This also has release, which we don't want it to have. This also needs no release, otherwise it's going to have some kind of like attack to it. Here I'm just going to make it like... which is like a reverse decay stage, right? I don't know how brilliant the idea is going to be. We'll listen to it at the end and then we can judge how brilliant it was. If it was even a good idea. For me, I'm experimenting a little bit with just a lot of reverse delays at this point. Because I'm just adding normal delays to everything. And then once it reverses the whole track, it's going to obviously be all reversed, right? Have you listened to it yet? No, not yet. The whole point is that we don't listen to it until it's like really ready. Two hours, yes, then we'll hear how everything sounds. This should actually be a effect. You should have 1 or 2 checkpoints. No. The whole goal is to not do that, because it's just a fun challenge to not know what you're producing in this kind of way. To me, at least. The whole point of the challenge is to not have the know-how exactly of what you're producing and having to figure it out as you're going. Yeah, you're going to have some issues with this for a couple of days, though. Yeah, the challenge isn't the best for keeping your sanity. This goes there, then. I'm already getting like a head. It's not a real headache, but I can definitely hear or feel myself getting tired from this. Everything is there, but it sounds so wrong. think a few more sweeps and stuff like that is going to help here, for example. Maybe we have a few different like wavetables. This is rise up from the misc pack. See if we can find another cool sweeping sound. Can just use an FM sweep, I guess. Not really what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something a little bit more spectral. I think at the prism, like 4. Just like this. For this part, I wanted to gonna add a delay here. I know now the delay is in reverse, but it should add still a nice feeling of like delay feel, right? How would you describe it? Gonna have a delayed feeling without it having the delay kind of like behind it, because obviously it cannot look like forward in time. I want the reverb to be off here. Actually, now that I think about this, this should probably be here. In the second one, actually. Here, right? Yeah, that makes sense, because this is the part where the kick and bass is just starting, so there we don't want any sounds in there, just to get the listener kind of like used to the kick and bass. Apart from that, we have this delay kind of rising up into it. I think one of the essential things is going to add a bit of reverb to everything as well, to just smear it out. This is going to be these grid synths here. I feel like this is quiet. gonna have a reverb. This is gonna have a reverb. I wonder how Klaus is doing. Yeah, it's. I wonder how everybody's doing, because it's. I was gonna say like it's gonna be out of somebody's comfort zone, but this is out of the comfort zone of everybody. Nobody does this for fun or has experience creating their tracks in reverse, I imagine. Imagine, yeah, this, I don't think the BPM matters too much. Okay, I'm going to add reverb delay. Forgot that this needs to go like this for that to work. I'm looking for a reverse crash in here. I'm just like trying to imagine what the structure is going to do once it's reversed. Oh, that's a lot. Maybe, yeah, maybe the heads are a bit loud. But I have no idea, I'm just doing guesswork on the mix. I don't like that they kind of end in mono. I think I do want this to be a bit more stereo, like here. Do we want to dare try to add a vocal to this thing? Let's see if I can find some vocals that would be interesting here. Vocal tools, vocal pans, energy boosters, vowels, no. Shouts and phrases. Phrases, male.
Dance how you wanna dance. Say we don't give a f. Give me something now to.
This is not going to be psychedelic in any form. Vocal essentials. I think this in the lo-fi has like some German phrases, which could be nice.
At a critical time when young people must make decisions that will shape their future, the people who become dependent upon marijuana are dependent on an escape that makes the unreal seem beautiful and the reality of life seem unnecessary.
I like that. That's a real psytrance vocal. It's a bit too long, I think.
At a critical time when young people must make decisions that will shape their future, the people who become dependent.
I guess we can work with this. I mean, yes, I'll leave it reversed so that it goes in there in the right way. I think I won't have a fill in here, so that this is just... Or we have the vocal like right here. Now hopefully this delay will just kind of like come in here. We have nothing in the intro, by the way. Let's add another impact here, this time like a normal impact, the one that's going to become normal later. Hello? There we are. Impact, main. Okay, let's unwarp. Need to set the ends here, reverse it, and then I don't know if that's reverse text or if it's just something. I'm trying to reverse it in my head, but it doesn't make any sense reversed either way. I don't know if that it really means something. Maybe he just mashed his head on the keyboard just to mess with us. I'll leave it at that. I think that's what happens here. Let's move this like so. Oh, and why did it not copy everything? Ah, I'm moving everything. Hello? I'm trying to... Sometimes, Ableton, I don't know what you want from me. Okay. I want this to go here. So that we have 8 bars of space for our outro. Correct? Yes. It is Russian. Ah, okay. Yeah, then I wouldn't have understood it even if you wrote it in... If it's reversed or not, I wouldn't have understood it either way. I think we need some risers and stuff like that in here as well. Little exhaust maybe. I'm gonna try to make some variations on these. So like this, this, and this. Just like changing the squelch around, like maybe like this. They sound like good squelches now. I'm just scared that they're not going to sound good in reverse. Which is kind of the whole point of this challenge. Here as well, on this one I want to make a slight change. I guess I can just change the tone. What was the one before? Probably gonna be, yeah, it's 72, then this will be 71. Slight difference there. This is gonna be the same kind of patch. I think I just morphed these two together. You can add some more sweeps here as well. Let's go, I don't know, granular. Granular 16. That doesn't really sweep, does it? That sweeps a lot more. Okay, now how do I want this to go? And try to have like a sweep in here. I want to make a whole bunch of these, like maybe detuned sweeps. I do like the sound that it has, the glassy detuned sound here. If we make a whole bunch of them, I think that will work. I can just set the wavetable amount here, right? Can I do something with the trans gate? If I go... How would I transgate this? I would need to go like this, I think. Then no release. And then my attack becomes my release. Just to check if it's in sync. Yes. Exactly. halfway with the challenge. I'm almost done, I would say, maybe. This thing is quite loud. I can make a break here, I guess, instead of making that an outro. How long do I want this track to be? Let's say like 6 minutes, right? I would have a little break here, which we already have now. 1, 2, 3 more segments of kick and bass. Then an outro. Oh, this has the reverse kick on it. That's not what I want. Sorry, I just need to take a new segment and build it from scratch, I guess. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is our segment then. We will have 8 bars for outro. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 segments, 6 segments. So we have a little break in here. And now I can start to add unique segments, I guess. One, two, 3. We'll make this like a... No, not that one. That makes no sense. We'll make this a long one. This again, drum segment here. The hype segments, the big synths and stuff like that. And then that and that. And this will be another big break. Right. Taking a break, how is it going here? I'm gonna take a break in a little bit as well. I'm just trying to work on like a second drop. I have my basic ideas there, which I can just copy over. Ah, that's why it's a mess. This should be like that. It is really hard to understand what's happening in the track, but that's the whole point. So it is going well, but I'm scared that what I'm making just makes no sense whatsoever. I think everybody has that, but at the end of the day we just have to accept that this is for the challenge, so it doesn't really matter. It's not like an actual production, right? At least not yet. Who knows, maybe I'll turn this into an actual production as well. Can you play something else forward in the break? Yes, I will. I'm just gonna use the same vocal again. I'll continue a little bit more before I take a break. I'll take a break at like 1 hour or something. Because then after that I can try to do, I mean, I'll try to do mastering, but I cannot promise anything. Glassy. Let's go detune number 6. All of these detunes should sound pretty much alike, yeah. The whole goal is to make a whole bunch of like detuned sounds that kind of all swirl like around each other, right? So we'll have another detune. Let's go for detune 1, which is one we haven't used yet. Let's go for maybe number 2. Which we also haven't used. It's nice. Let's take now all of these sounds and let's make them stereo. I don't know how to put the snare in what place. Well, you need to think about it this way. Normally when you have a kick and bass, you have the kick on the beat here, and then you have 2 bass notes, right? So this is 1 beat, and then you have 1 beat with the snare. So you just count out the same way. You have 1 beat, 2 kick and bass notes, so this is 1 beat, and then you have the beat with the snare. So that's where your snare sits, with respect to the beat. Or maybe you find a whole new way to add snares to a track doing this, and maybe you come up with a whole new cool idea. That's the whole point of the challenge. As I said, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll do it now because I'm really starting to notice that I need one. It's burning a little bit of a headache in my head, but yeah, I hope taking a quick break will take that away. I'll quickly put on some normal music. What should I put in here? Let's go for this one. I think I already played this recently, but it's a cool track nonetheless. So, how long is it? Can I see? Duration 7.5 minutes. Alright, I'll be back in 7.5 minutes. I know what's giving me a headache. The fact that my headphones are completely tight. And also they are broken. The head strap at the top is... It's now in my hands. This should be around the headphones. Well, it should still kind of stay on there, and it's not like I'm traveling with these things, so it doesn't really matter for now. I can buy new ones off of Amazon, I think. But the head strap is still broken. Yeah, the head pillow thing. Either way, I'll be right back. Just taking a quick break, and then we'll try to finish this track before the end of the challenge.
by integrating technology into your body, as I'm giving you a digital voice. That can speak for you. Machine's native language. But also, if you can't speak for yourself.
Hello Cider, how are you doing? What you missed? Well, we're making tracks in reverse. So what we're doing for the challenge today is we were given a kick and bass, which is in reverse, so it sounds like this. And everybody is going to make a track like this, and then at the end everybody is going to give me their track and I'm going to reverse them in Ableton, and then we'll listen to them the right way around. So the whole point is that you make a track where the intro is like over here and your outro is going to be at the end, at the start, right? So everything is in reverse, so you have to make all of your sounds in reverse. Which is kind of the whole point, the whole gist of it. You're not allowed to take that kick and bass and reverse it yourself, right? You have to make it in the track in reverse and then work from there. Let's see, I think I want another element in here. Oh. Everything sounds really weird. It's really messing with your brain. But in hopefully a fun and cool way. Hopefully some cool things do come out of this. Let's have some fun with Vital. Or change here. I don't use Vital enough. Are you allowed to listen to the track the right way when you're producing? No. No, you're not allowed to do that. That's the whole point. You have to make everything the kind of wrong way around. So this envelope, for example, that I'm going to add to the level here, you can see it's like the wrong way around, right? So this is going to be 16 notes, and then compressor is not going to work because that's going to be like this. Okay, I want to add like a very strong phaser to this. I want to layer a synth on top of this, which I think I'll just make like a gritty tone pack synth for a little bit of extra rhythm on there. Okay, I want an envelope on this. This is going to go to both volumes. Okay, so for the rhythm, I'm going for like a standard kind of thing. I've had gone insane within 15 minutes. Yes, I'm going pretty insane, and I'm specifically not going to do anything else tonight in terms of production. I'm just going to reset my brain for tonight, and then tomorrow I'll think about production again. It's not a good idea to do this often, I think. think I'll add a comb filter to this. Kind of going down here and then back up. The other way around. Did I complete it already? I still have another hour to complete the track, which is what I'll be using. This note. The annoying thing is, if you want to make MIDI clips end sooner, you need to like move the note itself as well. Who of you guys is participating in this? There's a few people. I think Klaus, for sure. I think Tenka is in doing this. Greedo might be participating. Mind B might be playing along. Hardwick. Maybe Acid is playing along as well. I don't know. I think everybody who is working on it does not have the chat open right now, because obviously they're working on their tracks. We have some more stuff in here. We need to make an outro, which I guess I can just take this part here and plop it down here. Klaus is. He is at least the only one that has the chat open as well, or the stream open as well. And on audio. I think most people who are producing, they will turn off my audio. Or like put it very low so that they can concentrate on their own production. Yeah, so this delay thing is going to be the outro. This is the only thing that like delays properly. Abyss synth literally wrote it. Abyss is one of the synths I have, I think, right? Yes. It's for atmospheres. This thing. I do agree, it's a very good synth. I could maybe use some of these in like the intro or the outro. Let's go like drone here. Equalizer. I just quickly want to check what the pitch is now. F sharp. F sharp. Sort of F sharp? I think this is an F sharp then. Sometimes crashes my PC, but that's really good. I've never had issues with this plugin crashing. I'm just hitting my desk for good luck. Hey, I want to use this ARP somewhere in here. I think here as well again. Sound for the halfway points? I think I do, right? This would be a halfway point sound. Subliminal Music Entertainment, how are you doing? That's a very long name. AKA SBMNL. Subliminal. Problem right now is that we have here maybe 16 bars. Yeah, that I think that will be okay. That's kind of like the classic way to do it. Let's quickly do some stuff here. Let's quickly take my length and set it correctly, so I know where to export to. I think this is it. Right? Subliminal equals SBMNL surround beat modulation noise loop. Okay. Greetings from Mexico. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, for those who are new here, today is a challenge. I normally don't produce in reverse, just like most of you. It's really hard for me to tell if the track is finished. I'm gonna be honest, because I feel like everything like has sounds in it and is good. So I would just need to like mix and master it. There's not a lot of mastering that I can potentially do on this, or mixing that I can do on this, because I don't know how it would sound. There's this one sound that's a little bit mono that I want to tackle. Oh yeah, I can take this delay and put it like here maybe. I genuinely cannot tell if my leads are too loud, not loud enough. How about my drums? Are my drums too loud, not loud enough? All of that stuff, it's really hard to decide. I'm gonna try and see if a spectrum on the master can tell me anything. I mean, the spectrum should still work. I feel like my drum group is a little bit bland. I'll usually go for Lufticus on that, maybe like this. Thanks for all the knowledge you share, it's amazing. Thank you. Glad that you're enjoying. I'm just gonna like brute force a few things here. Go like down at 6. Just doing that on all of the leads. Here I'm going for redux on this, just to get some high end out of it. Still feel like I need more grittiness in like the high-end drums here. Really get kind of like... Yeah, now it's there. The little bubble of high-end that you want. I'm going to go for another linear phase EQ here. I feel like here we have too little sounds. Too few sounds. I think what I'm going to do is just move the ARP in here. And then we need some kind of synth here. I can sound in there. Okay, I'm going to get this sweep here. How much time? We have still 40 minutes. You can try to go into some mastering. There's not much more that I want to add. We again, for this challenge, I've made a full song. I don't know how good it's going to be, but I still have made a full song. I wonder how mastering is going to sound now that the compressor and limiter and stuff is working in reverse. I can't tell if that's better or not. Let's get an EQ in here. I usually mix with too much sub bass. So I'm just assuming things at this point. So I'm assuming that this is the case right now, that I'm just dealing with a little bit too much sub. I'll take off a dB exactly. I think we fixed the... You're ready to hear it? Well, it's still 40 minutes. People still have the time to work and finish on their tracks. It's the new genre. It's psytrance in reverse. What would that be? En snartsiep. This. Right? Did I... Psytrance. Snartsiep. This is snartsiep. Yeah, so we're doing the challenge. Everybody is producing in reverse, and then at the end everybody's going to send the track to me, and then I'll flip them over to the right side at the beginning, right? Because now the intro is like here. So I'm just going to reverse the whole track then, and then we'll listen to it as normal. So the last thing that I need, I'm really curious if the master is going to sound all messed up because I'm mastering it in reverse. Maybe this becomes a whole new technique within Psytrance. If this track comes out sounding particularly good, I will start using my compressor and stuff in reverse. Don't do that. That's not a good idea. Just gonna do a dynamics check here. This is the outro, so that's expected to be. Yep, that's a reverse kick and bass. How do you have this plugin selector thing? It's yes, that works. Now you can hear me. The plugin selector is called Live Enhancement Suite. It's this. You have the devices menu. There's much more stuff. There's a timer thing. Close all plugins, clear track. No drawing faster, staying key stuff. Hold down the middle mouse button to pan, which is very interesting. I can like move it around like this, and even if the project is open like this, I can move it like this, which is very nice. So it's the Live Enhancement Suite. That's what I use for this. You do have to set up the menu yourself, so it's a little bit of work setting up the menu. I spent like a day categorizing all of my VSTs and stuff. It's so hard to tell what the waveform is actually doing and telling me, because I'm so used to it being the other way around. Do you work with MIDI controller or only keyboard and mouse? I only use keyboard and mouse. Reverse techno will sound exactly the same. Yeah, the reverb part, the reverb kick will. So this is like the break. Again, you guys, if you don't have the time to master, you don't have to master your own track for this challenge. That's not a requirement. I just do it because I have time left. As always. I seem to, in all of these challenges, be able to produce something in like 2 hours. And when I'm actually trying to produce something for myself, it never comes out like that. This impact may be a bit loud. Because this is also the intro impact, yeah. looking at this, and this seems to be a good curve because it becomes louder towards the second drop again. That is why we all think you work best under extreme pressure. Yeah, I think it's because now I'm actually not under pressure. Right now I'm just having fun doing some production stuff. Whereas if I'm producing for myself, I feel like I need to make something that is of sufficiently high quality. Now I don't feel like that. Okay, I give up, my brain hurts too much. I can understand. I'm not gonna be... As I said, it's probably not a good idea to do some actual production after this challenge, because your brain is going to be messed up for the evening. For all the Americans working on this in the morning, I'm sorry. Your day is going to be wasted production-wise. Maybe this is going a bit too low here. Okay, so it ends. One thing that you need to keep in mind when you're exporting is that you cannot just let the end ring out, right? Because this is your intro. So you want your intro to start at the point where you actually want your intro to start. If you render it out and leave it maybe like this with your loop point too far, there might be problems where it like rings out because you have a reverb or delay or whatever, or just because you render it too long. Make sure that it's like shortened, right? And that you cut it up nicely. I think you made a better track in reverse than I make tracks normally. We'll see. We'll see once we reverse it. One thing I want to do is stereo this a little bit. That's what I noticed. I'm trying to equalize this to make sure that the vocal is comprehensible in the mix. but it's not comprehensible, so I'm not going to be able to tell if it actually is. I'm just boosting the frequency that normally contains like the comprehension of the vocals, which is the high frequencies. Anything above like 2K is where comprehension in the vocal is, and anything below 2K is usually where more of the tone or the feeling of the vocal sits, right? Because all of your vowel movements really happen mainly in like this area. And then if you're whispering, it's like, and the S sound, stuff like that, is usually very high frequency based. So that's why this area is kind of where we kind of focus on when trying to comprehend vocals. And this doesn't really matter that much. Because if you whisper into a microphone, you'll see that it's just these frequencies that you're going to capture. You're not going to capture a lot of lower frequencies, and even if you remove those lower frequencies, you can still make out what is being said, which if you do it the other way around, if you just take like, I don't know, under 2K, something like this, then you'll not be able to understand what is being said, because then different letters can sound too much alike, or different, like, I should say probably syllables, right? That's what we use for comprehension, I think. I think I'm pretty much done with my track. I don't know how everybody else is doing. Obviously there's still 25 minutes. But I think I'm done. I'm going to at least save this. Challenges. 26. I'll render out my version already. So that's at least done. Obviously I'll wait the other 25 minutes for people to finish their track. But I'm going to submit mine already. And then we'll wait for the others as well to submit. If you're already finished, then you can already submit, so I can start with making the new project and putting everything in there already. When you're going to submit, in challenge submissions here, I'll make, by the way, a new line so I know that this is where we are. Not that it really matters, it shows the date, so doesn't really matter, but this way I can show that it's a new thing. Make sure that I can download the file. Either make it like this, where it's just a Discord thing that I can download, or if you're using SoundCloud, make sure that you enable the downloads. Right? Because in SoundCloud you can upload it like privately, and then you can enable downloads. I need to be able to download the track so that I can reverse it in the project. For obvious reasons, I need to be able to reverse it. Okay, my brain can't take it anymore. I've got about 2 minutes. 2 minutes of track? That's good enough. There's no need to write a whole track. Again, with these challenges, I want to say that even though I write a whole track within 3 hours, there's no need to do that. It's very hard to write a whole 8-minute track in 3 hours like this. I don't know why I keep managing to do it. It's been like 3 streams in a row that I've been able to do it, I think. How long was my last one? Oh no, my last one wasn't that long. But the one before that I also made a full track, a 7 minute 23 seconds track. You don't have to do that. Even if you make like 1 minute and spend a lot more time on the details of that 1 minute, that's a lot better than, or it's not better, it's just a different choice, right? So you can do whatever you want within the challenge, as long as you just stay within the 3 hours. Just close everything out, clean up the project. I can delete the temporary files. I don't know why I clicked leave in place. I never really pay attention to the delete temporary files prompt whenever it comes up. I just click one of the 2 buttons to make it go away. I know what it does, I just don't care. Yeah, save. Right, Control S. And then new. I can start to post my track. Here. This is going to be my submission. Anybody else is already ready, then feel free to submit so that I can start building up the project of tracks. Will it allow me to drag and drop it in? I don't know why, but I used to be able to just drag and drop into Ableton from whatever browser I had, but that doesn't seem to be working anymore. Okay, I wait for this to load. Reverse, and then it shows a sidetrans track. It's like magic. Projector. I'll make all of this white because that's nicer to look at. Projector, can I unfold my situation to you and ask for some advice? Always, sure. Shoot away. This needs to be 143 BPM, by the way. I need to resist the urge to not hit the spacebar right now. We send it reversed and you fix it, right? Yes. Yes, you guys send it to me reversed just as you render it out from the DAW, and then I will reverse it in here and I will turn it into the actual track. Okay, so who was asking before who was participating? I think it was Cider, right? Yeah, Cider asked. So Sai is also participating in the challenge. By the way, Andre, if it's too private, it seems like you have something serious. Can I unfold my situation? That sounds pretty serious. If you want to say it to me in private, then that's also okay. You should be able to just go into my Discord, and anywhere I post a message, you can click on it and then go message. Obviously, I cannot message myself, so you can just right click and then message me, and then you can speak to me privately if you want to. The way you asked it like that before actually asking the question, it seemed fairly serious. I don't know if that's really it. But if you don't want to share it publicly, then there's always a way to just talk to me in private. And that's true for anyone, by the way. Okay, not private, okay. So I'm new to producing, about 6 months or so, and I'm working in Cubase 10.5. I'm gonna be working on a job where I can accumulate VSTs and preset packs or samples every month for the next 2 years. I'm just thinking about possibly buying Bitwig. I'm gonna be working in a new job where I can accumulate VSTs and preset. Should I keep learning in Cubase or buy Bitwig? Well, when I was doing the Bitwig streams, I always said that for beginners who want to get into music production, Bitwig is probably one of the best DAWs to start off with, because there's not really any big issues that you can run into, right? Ableton has its plugin delay compensation issues and its stability issues, those kind of things. I don't know how Cubase does it, but it might have also issues. Bitwig really doesn't have any of those issues. The problem is you lose everything that you have learned over the past whatever many time you have been using your old DAW. Now you are still very early on in your production career, right? 6 months is not a lot of time to learn something. That's why universities take 3-4 years, and then more if you want to actually gather the knowledge, in practice. Same is true for music production. You don't really start to learn to make good music until you're already a few years into music production, I would say. Maybe 2, maybe 3 years, something like that. Then you start to really understand and learn what it is about the genre and the music that you're making that makes it sound good, and how to actually make that. It was for me, when I was making like Big Room, it took me 4 years, maybe 5 years, because that was the first genre that I worked on before I was really confident in the music that I was making. Then I switched over to dubstep. I made dubstep for about 3 more years. And then at the end of that path, the last half year of my making dubstep, I was really confident in my dubstep. And after that, I got into psytrance, and now I'm starting to become confident in my ability to make psytrance. Kind of like around the time that the album came out. Or around the time that I made the stuff for the album. Anyway, what that means is that for you don't really lose a lot of stuff, right? You haven't built up your muscle memory to a certain extent. For me, I've been using Ableton for 7-8 years. I have all of the muscle memory of somebody who has been doing this for, as I said, almost a decade. So if you are having issues with your DAW and you say, oh, I want to do this, but I'm not able to do that because my DAW doesn't allow it. If you often run into those problems, then you should consider switching. If you don't run into problems with Cubase, then there's no need to switch. You should only switch DAWs if your DAW is holding your back, right? Because if you switch, you're going to lose a couple of weeks at least to learn your DAW, and then a couple more months trying to get as efficient as you were in the last DAW that you were using. And I'll make the same argument that I made during the Bitwig streams, where I experimented with Bitwig. It's not that that you won't spend the time learning a certain DAW. It's your muscle memory, the unconscious way in which you work with your DAW that you really need to develop over time, which just takes a lot of time. That's really where the time loss is, and that's a time loss that you don't really notice. So it's not something that's going to actively frustrate you, in the sense that after 2 weeks you will be fast enough that it doesn't frustrate you. I just see how much Glitch loves Bitwig, and I've taken him as my private teacher. Aha. Aha. Well, if you have a private teacher, then it might be a good idea to consider switching. Again, you're still very early on in your developments in music production, so how should I? You don't really have the negative consequences of as my primary teacher. Oh, I thought you said private teacher. I thought you had like a private lesson thing going on. I mean, I don't know. Does Dash really do that many things that that solely require Bitwig? Because I think a lot of the stuff that he does, and also a lot of the tutorials that I make, are reasonably transferable to other DAWs as well. I've done a few things with like Max for Live devices over the last few videos. Those really are like Ableton things. But all of the general theory is like just general, I would say. You guys are very accessible. Is there anything else that I need to say about the DAW thing? I don't think so. I think the choice really boils down to how much time. Because it's all about time, right? In production. In production, it's all about trying to be as efficient as possible so that you can get your creative ideas that you have in your head inside the DAW as fast as you can. So you just need to see. I'm going to lose a couple of weeks trying to learn this new DAW, trying to build up my muscle memory, trying to become as efficient as I need to be. If after those few weeks or months, or after that amount of time, am I actually going to be faster? Am I actually going to enjoy making music more? Am I actually going to create music that is becoming better? Or what I think Bitwig is really all about, am I going to dive into the grid and the modular system and all of the LFOs and those kind of things? And am I not really going to get any creative work done? I just wish you would be more inclusive. I want to see every one of you in a tutu sometime. Inclusive? In what sense? You mean like the whole group of producers that... I don't have much knowledge in Cubase yet anyway. Been using VST mostly. To like ballet. more inclusive to the LGBTQ. How would I do that? Like, what music production tutorial would I make that would be inclusive but not a mockery? I'm just joking as well. It's no way to become more inclusive in the field. It's not about the inclusivity within music production, I think. The only thing that I might be able to do in terms of inclusivity is promote the video that Ben Jordan made on females in music. But that's really all the inclusivity that I want to do, because I'm that's not what my channel is about. Disclaimer, my submission is terrible. We will be the judge of that. You said it last time and then you had a very good submission. Download has started. Should pop up here somewhere. Okay, we shall reverse this. I think I can just cut out the first bar because that's just silence, right? I just start from the kick and bass. We have no intro, nothing. Just, is this just kick and bass all the way through? Yeah, it's just kick and bass, no fills, no nothing. Is that right? Am I saying that right? I mean, I guess we'll see once we play it. It's just going to be 5 minutes of very strong kick and bass and very strong sidetrance. Yeah, but this time I'm pretty accurate. Again, we will be the judge of that. I haven't listened to mine yet, you guys haven't either. I didn't even know that you submitted already. I have the submission of Greedo, and then I have my submission. Still uploading. Yeah, then yes, then we wouldn't have had time to listen to it yet. No, you're somehow first. Yes, it's the fully reverse today. Everything is in reverse. Are there big differences between 11.0 and 10.5? I have no idea. I have no idea what the differences are. I wouldn't be able to tell you if 10.5 is not. There's no big thing. Okay. Well, if you're considering upgrading anyway, you can just look at the feature set of 11 and the feature set of Bitwig, or whatever other DAW you have in mind, and then just kind of weigh those together, right? To be honest, it's hard to comment on DAW choice because I don't know what your workflow is. So I don't really know how you would make an informed, or I couldn't make an informed decision for you. You know what I mean? You have to make that informed decision yourself. You just have to know that if you stick with what you have, if you've already decided I want to switch to something else anyway, then you just need to make sure that, okay, for Cubase you're going to spend less time learning the new version of Cubase than you're going to spend time learning Bitwig, because there's a few things in Bitwig that are just going to be completely different, right? It was the same for me in coming from Ableton. Even though Bitwig was made by Ableton developers and they have a lot of things in common, there were still some small differences that me being used to 7-8 years of Ableton, maybe not 8 years, I think 7 years. I think I did FL Studio for like 3 years. But me being used to Ableton for so long just didn't make sense to me. So I would need to literally like retrain my brain for it to make sense, right? For those who remember the streams, mainly LFO being triggered by the same MIDI that my synth is, which meant that anytime I set up a sidechain, it didn't actually sidechain because it would switch like the shape that it would use. I can explain that better. Give me a second. It's in any DAW, when you set up an effect on a MIDI track, imagine this being on a MIDI track, then the MIDI is only sent to a synth that sits before it. However, this accepts MIDI, right? So looking at here, can be controlled from MIDI notes 24 to 35, right? So that's where the bass, that's the bass register. So anytime I put this LFO tool on my bass, it would switch this shape. It would go like to shape number 10, and then if I played an A, it would go to 9, A sharp, it would go to 10, and then it would go back to like 8, whatever melody I have or something like that. It would switch the shape around. So it would just be flicking through these shapes, meaning that I didn't actually have a sidechain. I would just have like one of these random shapes on there. So if you know that, and you know that, oh, you need to do like a note receiver in front, and then you can make a rack, and then in the rack, if you have the note receiver before the rack, the MIDI doesn't actually come to the LFO tool, which is a little bit of like a hack of like, oh, we have this default behavior, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. Let's just brute force a device that just stops that default behavior from working. That's what it felt like anyway. But once you know that, you can just make a rack that is your LFO tool with a note receiver in front of it, and you can save that as a thing, and then whenever you need an LFO tool, you can make it so that if you type LFO tool in the search bar, that rack will come up instead, and it will just throw on the rack, and then it will be all fine, right? Once you have it all set up properly and the DAW is all configured to your liking, you're going to become faster as well. But it's all a matter of judging speed at the end of the day, your efficiency within the DAW. I would not switch if I was efficient in Cubase, if I were you. Here we have Klaus, reverse challenge. Let's see if I can download it from the VD copy. Can you turn on the download for this one, Klaus? You just need to go into the settings. There's some settings in there, and then you can, I think I can show you where it is. If I go to here, I think you go authorization, and then it's the first one. It's in Italian for me, but it's this thing. Okay, so it's now active. This is Greedo. I want to send you my first track just for fun. We can have a listen at your first track. Maybe not on the stream. Maybe if you send it on Discord, I'll listen to it after the stream if you want to. We have reverse challenge. That seems nice and aligned. Perfect. This is Klaus. It is time to submit, everyone. I think we should have one from Hardwick as well. Tenka, I don't know if you're participating. If you do, please make sure that you upload Little Daviest. Side Nibiru. I'm sorry, I butchered the names. Sai. If you guys are all uploading, please share it with the group. The challenge is over. Is there anybody else that could be participating? Alex might be, maybe. Is Mind be in the chat today? I thought I saw him today. Maybe at the start. Maybe the chat moved on. You went for a walk instead. Yeah, okay. You have Hardwick here. Download file. Beautiful Goddesses is the track title. Obviously in reverse. Here we are. That's also nice and lined up. Missed this one. Mine is just a showcase of failures. We'll have a listen and then we will be the judge. If anybody else still needs to submit, then please submit now. I'm going to start playing the tracks already, so we can have a listen. If there's more tracks coming through, I have it on the monitor and can just add them to the project later. So this is my track.
At a critical time when young people must make decisions that will shape their future, the people who become dependent upon marijuana are dependent on an escape that makes the unreal seem beautiful and the reality of life seem unnecessary.
I think the atmosphere is a bit too loud, the pads. About this art here. It's actually going to sound good. I do really like all of the reverse delay things.
escape that makes the unreal seem beautiful and the reality of life seem unnecessary.
There's a little bit of an issue there with the click. Today you can feedback your own track as well. That's what I'm doing, yes. Synth just kind of stops, that's a bit strange. The ARP there just kind of appears and then stops again. I think that's an issue because I moved it later, almost at the end of the production. I do really like this sound. You made an actual track. Yes, yes I did. Took the whole challenge too seriously. I started with a full track, then we moved. 2 minutes, okay. Sorry, maybe a little bit behind on the stream. Okay, that's very interesting. Here finally we can hear that one element that was supposed to sound like an actual delay, which I spent a lot of time on trying to make it sound like a delay, and now it just doesn't come through the mix at all. With a little bit more focus on this song, it could be a really pro track, I think. Yeah, this is one of the tracks that is going to go up onto Experimenter. There's the one thing with the ARP in here somewhere. This ARP just kind of coming in, and then the vocal mix. If I fix like a few things there, spend another half an hour on it. Now that I know what the track is sounding like in the right way, I can just fix a few of the things that are in there, and then I can just post it as part of that. For those who are wondering where Experimenter is, where that whole project is, I'm first going to work on the whole thumbnails thing that I've been working on right now. I need to right now just do all of the backgrounds for the thumbnails, which are 229 thumbnails right now, plus any of the thumbnails that I need to make for videos that I'm posting later on. So I have a lot of work to do. I want to do all of them, right? To make sure that they all change at the same time. So I'm gonna be spending a lot of time working on that. That's going to take me this week. And then after that, once that is finished, once all of the branding has been done, I'm going to try to work on getting Experimenter live and getting all of the challenge things that I've been doing up there. It's going to go on YouTube, SoundCloud. I'll probably make a Bandcamp for it, and that's about it. I don't think I'll put it on Spotify. That's too much work. I don't want it to be too much work. Okay, we have Greedo here. It's kind of like a chill track. Chill melodic kind of psytrance. Otherwise you could just make ChatGPT do it with you. I don't think ChatGPT can do thumbnails for me the way I want them to be. I like all of the edits. Track is a big word, shut up. This is a track. It's just not arranged, but it's still a track. There's a lot of detail in the sound design. I just think that you could have made it a lot better if you had a few fills in here, or a few pauses here and there. I do like the concept of the whole melodic flows throughout the whole track. A few atmospheres below it, a few pads, something like that. I wonder what's going to go on here, looking at the waveform suddenly going up here again. Cool little stereo detail there. It has some like modular synthesizer kind of vibe to it, with all of the little modulations and stuff that you're doing. It almost sounds like you just let a few modular synth, like Eurorack things, like run for a little while, recorded the best parts and put that in there. It's really cool. What I think, you know how a lot of people use psytrance as kind of like a background kind of studying feeling? I think it would really work well for that if you just added a bit more like reverb delay on it and atmospheres in the background, so that kind of forms the stable thing, and then you have all of these melodic theme elements run over each other, and then you can get away with a much longer kind of drop and fewer fills and not having breaks and stuff like that than what I would usually like. I'd like to have my breaks in there and stuff like that, and the intro obviously. But yeah, if you work on the structure and work on this whole thing, then you can definitely turn this into a cool thing, a cool track. I see potential. You said that it was rubbish. I don't think so. Okay, now we have Klaus. We should also be getting an entry from Sai at some point. I still haven't found it. Let me write that. Should capitalize it like everybody else. We have Klaus. Let's hear what Klaus has produced for us.
I think that's what was happening.
I think you did a lot of EQing on the kick. Maybe? It feels very different. Maybe there's some rumbling or something like that. It's a very cool track. Kind of strange how the feeling of a kick and bass can change completely with the elements that sit on top of it. Very cool stuff. Yeah, as I said, for me the feeling of the kick and bass, once it got to here, it completely changed, even between like here and here. I don't know if there's like a weird element that does some like rumbling or something like that, or something like that. But as I said, it's like the kick and bass just completely changes feeling with all of the elements that sit on top of it. It's almost like the quality of your kick and bass doesn't really matter. It's going to be a hot take. Exporting, wait for me. Yes, we will wait for you. We still have one more track. If you can do it and upload it in 2 minutes, then we should have a nice flow within the stream. Okay, so this is Hardwicks with Sesse Dog Luftiaub. That. Sex Dog Lufticus.
The beautiful goddesses, Frigga, Freya, Nana, Iduna, and Sif.
Reverse title, yes. bass kind of lead here.
The beautiful goddesses.
Yeah, that's a bit on the loud side.
The beautiful goddesses.
Nice. Very good. I don't know if it was on purpose, but here the melody and the chords are not in sync, but it sounds very, very good. You have like the sweep of the chords coming in a little bit earlier than the rest, or the sound, which is really cool. Try to produce everything in reverse as well. Yeah, it's the point of this challenge was to make it deliberately hard. I have another idea in mind for a challenge which would be equally hard, and that is to do a challenge where starting the challenge there's going to be complete liberty in the challenge. Like, there's not going to be a sample that I'm giving you up front. There's not something that you need to work with. The only thing that you need to do is like put an EQ on your master and then put something like this so that you cannot hear your bass line and you cannot hear your high end. And then you need to try to get a track that sounds good, and only when you export can you turn it off. Yeah, now that we listen to all of them normal reverse, they sound strange. Isn't it crazy how the kick and bass just felt like it lacked any like punch and power? When I was producing, that's the only thing that that I couldn't like stop thinking about during the production. Like, this kick and bass lacks so much power, but I made it this afternoon, and it sounded good when I made it. I made it on my speakers, but it sounded great. Oh, I opened the calculator for some reason. Ah, yeah, there's a calculator knob on my keyboard. Or Dev Challenge could also be cool. Yeah, there's a bunch of different ideas that we still have to explore. I'm just getting started with the challenges. It's been doing something that I've been doing from the beginning of this year, so it's not something that I'm very experienced with. Still, yeah, this challenge came out nice, and it wasn't like before. All of the challenges before, it was just, I give you the sample, do something with the sample. Now there's like this extra constraint of the sample being reversed, and you cannot reverse it yourself, so you cannot just normally write a track with it. We're still waiting for Sai to upload his track. We have one more to go through. But yeah, the Dev Challenge, I think the challenge like this with the EQ is also going to be interesting. It's hard for psytrance because your EQ is inevitably going to introduce phase shifting, which is like the enemy of every psytrance producer. If you're open to hearing my first attempt, where can I send it? You can send it in the Discord. You cannot post links here, right? What's this? Oh yeah, this is the conversation about kicks with Sorry, that's why it's so long. Send it here. Let's send it here in the feedback on stream version, or the feedback, the normal one. It doesn't really matter. Sai should also be coming through with his track, hopefully. Right? Because that's kind of what we're waiting for. Uploading in SoundCloud. Perfect. Perfect. File's too big for Discord. I didn't follow your stream. How did you put reverb on your sound? Well, all of the reverbs that I put on my sound are now in reverse in the track, which was the whole point, or the whole idea for me during this production, is I wanted to see what would happen if you make a track in reverse and then have all of the delays and reverbs in reverse, but you keep it in mind in the sound design so that all of the sounds do sound normal. So all of the reverbs are in reverse for me. Is there a good example here? Yeah, you can hear that the sound itself is just completely dry. And then we have the delay and the reverb sitting before it. So that's how I do it. My file is too big for Discord as well. Yeah, then you have to upload it to SoundCloud. You can share private links on SoundCloud. From you, Sai, I don't know if you caught it. I need to be able to download the file from SoundCloud, so you need to enable downloads for me. So I can drag it into the folder or into the project and can reverse it then. For Andre, that's no problem. I don't have to download it. I can just play it in the browser and then I'll see. Whoever comes first with their post is going to be the one that we listen to first. It's a speed run between you guys, okay? Whoever has the best internet. To be honest, I think it's a cool idea. The whole reverse delay and reverb. I think I'm going to use this more in my actual productions, like making a sound, rendering it out, then I reverse the sound as it's like frozen or recorded or whatever. Then I put on the delay and reverb, and then I reverse it again. Because I like all of the fills as well here. If I get like a clever title for a project like that where I do that, it's something to do with like breathing or something like that. I think that would work. Because it's still sounding psychedelic. I think it just adds even more like an extra layer of psychedelics to it, because it's less natural still. It's the classic thing we all do with the reverb. Yes, but now it's with all of the sounds and all of the delays as well. And there's no actual delay and reverb on it to compensate, right? So it just enhances that feeling a lot more. I also like this, by the way, just completely pausing and then a fill and then going into kick and bass. That's very E-clip-like. I cannot download your track, Sai. You need to go and enable downloading in advanced options. The background of your vocals is pretty psycho. You mean here?
On marijuana. At a critical time when young people must make decisions that will shape their future, the people who become dependent upon marijuana.
I don't know what it is, but there's something really muddying up the vocals. I think it's just in the vocals, the noise. But I would need to fix that. The vocals need to be clearer for me, for them to work. You did? Okay. Yes, download file. Okay. I should... Yeah, it should be called Sidetrans, so it should show up here once it's finished downloading. You send it on feedback back on stream. Okay. It's a private track. You need to share it privately. You cannot just copy the link up top. You need to, for a private track, you need to go down here into this link, because as you can see, it's like different, right? You can see that this one is longer than just the title, so you need to share the private link with me. Almost done downloading. It's 7 minutes. Wow. You also made a full track. I'm not the only one. There it is. Hello? There we are. Die. There. The same sound over and over again. Also decided to go with the no pills approach to Sidetrans. This is the longest track you won, yes. That's how it works. Shy all of a sudden. No issues, no worries. I won't say anything negative. Unless you want me to. Unless that's your kink, then I will. Nice harp coming in. We'll keep it constructed then. do not really like about this track is the lack of fills. It just continues on, and it's mastered really loud, like aggressively loud. I had to put the volume of my own audio down quite a lot. It's minus 13.2 dB now. It's usually like minus 6. Hardstyle melody coming in. I like that as well. Nice, nice production. Very long, as you said, as Klaus said. You had the longest production, so you win. That's how it works. I did see high frequencies are a little bit piercing, but you can fix that. I think maybe in a few areas that is true, but I feel like what really does this is just the mastering being like unnecessarily loud, right? When I looked at the spectrum, it didn't stand out to me that the frequencies are too high, and it wasn't something that I heard as well. I can throw this on my own track, and then the high frequencies are probably going to be, yeah, louder. I would say maybe the mids are a little bit too pressing. Yeah, I think I have more high ends. Especially if you like listen to the hats. The delays are perfect. I took a long time as well. Yeah, you went over time a bit, I think, but that's okay. It's all about having fun. There's no strict time limit. I think to get the normal delays, you just reverse the sound, add your delay, and then reverse the sound again. Right? You make the sound in reverse. Wait. Yeah, you make the sound in reverse, or you sound design normally, reverse the sound, add your delay, and then reverse it again. So that the delay is normal with respect to your reverse track. I think Greedo also had normal delays, right? Yeah. But don't sound good. I mean, it should work. Here there's also, I think, a delay on it, but it's not very long, so I cannot tell. Yeah, I had everything in reverse delay. That was my approach here. I'm just going to watch something in the TV. Sure. We still have Andre's final track that we'll listen to. Nice sunglasses, by the way. Project 2. Now you're lying to me, Andre. Now you're lying to me. Because you said this was your first project. Who names their first project Project 2? I think you're lying to me. This is a clear indication that this is not your first project. Project 1 is unfinished. Okay. Okay, let's have a listen to Project 2 then. I wonder what BPM this is going to be.
The world is obviously made of mind and
I mean, as far as first projects go, or first full finished projects go, it's miles ahead of what I did on my first few projects. Don't worry about it. You're miles ahead of my first few projects. Is there a way to watch the stream in reverse? Turn your screen upside down. Yeah, I mean, kind of. At least the YouTube playback bar will go in reverse. But that's as far as you'll get.
I mean, it is so strong, so strong, so strong. So EMP is like something that fell out of a flying saucer.
This is like down-tempo vibes. Yeah, this is very relaxed. If you structure it well and layer it out well and then have it mixed and mastered properly, I think it would be a very nice track. The kick and bass is a little bit too far in the background, I would say. It's really the kick that is just missing, right? You can definitely turn it up by 5-6 dB. Kick is supposed to be the punchy anchor of your mix. The kick is there, but it has only sub, not enough body mid-lows. Yeah, but it's also just too quiet. Even the sub itself is too quiet for the rest of the track. I do agree, it might also need more mids, more high-ends. Also the bass, by the way, the bass is too quiet as well. Nice distorted lead in here. Bro, when it comes to sound design and structuring and theming and storytelling, it's way better than what I did in the first 2 years of production. Last part is the sound that I'm not happy about. This distorted sound? Oh wow. You're a perfectionist. There's so much work in the details and the stuff in here. It's almost hard to believe that this is somebody's first full production. I'm gonna be honest. If you told me that you have been producing for a couple of years, I would have believed it. It's very well done. As people mentioned, the mix is off, far off. I'm just gonna say it. The mix is far off. The balance is all over the place. So your mixing skills, they definitely show that it's like very much a beginner project. But when it comes to arrangement, sound design, storytelling, and everything that you do in the production stage, it's I wouldn't say pro level, but it's getting close to there. Yeah, it's great stuff. Just have it mixed and have it mastered properly. Check the kick. The kick can be a real problem if the kick does not have like the right content, like Greedo mentioned. If there's not enough mids, not enough high ends, then it's really hard to add those in the mix. So you would need to check your kick and bass if the kick has the right amount of like subs with regards to low end, with regards to like low mids, with regards to mids, with regards to high end, all of the like frequency areas that the kick is supposed to have. And for that you can just use references, right? You can go into a sample pack and just listen and look at kick drums, right? If you really want, you can throw on a spectrum, and this is a pretty good indication of the kind of frequency content that the kick is supposed to have. Right, big sub, little bit of punch, and then straight line, and then it just kind of goes down. Something like that. This should work for any psytrance kind of genre. But other than that, yeah, the get it checked out and then just make sure that your mix works. I've said this before. I'm not going to advertise my my mixing capabilities, because at the end of the day I don't have a professional setup for that. But if you're interested in having me look at the mix and work it over, I'm sure we can work something out. If that's something that you're interested in, that this is for everybody. And I'm not going to advertise it, but if you really want me to look at it and look at the mix and maybe even the master, then I'm willing to do that. It's just not something that I'm going to post everywhere and advertise everywhere, because it's, I mean, my setup, it's just not professional. I have 2 old Logitech speakers and headphones that are literally falling apart from today, as you can see. So it's it's not the greatest setup for that kind of thing. But yeah, this is overall great track. Don't be shy about putting your work out there if this is your first project. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's the whole stream. I don't have anything else to say, I think. Do I have to advertise stuff? I don't think I do. I don't think I have to advertise anything, right? No. Nothing comes to mind that I have to tell you guys right now. So yeah, this is going to be the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I think everybody did. I think we had a lot of fun. Next Sunday is feedback stream for everybody interested in getting feedback on their track. I'm going to be listening to your tracks and giving you feedback directly. In the meanwhile, in between, I will try to again do 2 or 3, not 3. I will try to do 1 or 2 more streams. One is just going to be chill production, and the other one I might make some more kick drums, hopefully. But yeah, that's going to be it. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. Cheers.